Hey, how's it going? Hello, hello. Happy Sunday. Sleepy. Literally just woke up. Need to slowly get back into my routine. Dude, I am so behind on my sleep because I end up doing work for longer than usual, and then I want to spend some time like watching TV. Yeah, definitely a little bit behind on sleep, but I think I'm going to um, address that later, maybe. Can be that. This one can be Ferrari. This one can be Mercedes. So it looks like that right now. Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, I said I'm gonna do it every day. And also, this stuff's not that bad anyway. It's like relatively fun. I mean, it's not like I plan on doing anything super complex today, so yeah, I know. But where did I leave off? Oh yeah, I was here, and it's not running right. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I just need to. It's like my personal goal to finish this as soon as I can, and then the real grind begins because this isn't even the real grind. This is like, uh, this is just to pad my resume, and I think I guess I don't even know how much it'll cost to host because if I can host this website, it'll be a good way to showcase my work along with my resume, and then I need to like literally focus only on the interview prep, which in itself will be rough. Yeah, that's when you're gonna really see me stress out, probably. I'm stressing out because I just want to get this done, but I think the real stress will begin once I do like interview prep stuff. But um, yeah, this page is pretty much the smaller. Oh, is it not done? It's not done. How have I been? A little tired, but nothing too crazy, I guess. Uh, how's everyone else doing? Yeah, it is kind of exhausting, but not much I can do about it, I feel. Should be fine though. I guess. Uh, well, it's I guess. 30. Anyways, I'm gonna brush my teeth, grab some food, and let the work begin. Today is probably gonna be a short stream, probably like yesterday, 5 hours or so, and then I'm gonna spend some time to like decompress and just play some games or watch TV, and then yep, yep, it continues. Monday to Friday, I plan on grinding. My goal is probably 12 to 14 hours just to see if I can finish this as soon as I can. And then I think weekends I'll just do like, or maybe Monday to Thursday. I'll try to do between like, I'll try to hit double digit hours. Even though it includes lunch, it just means like active work will be about like 9 hours, right? So like 1 hour for like breakfast and lunch. And then yeah, the rest of it will be, you know, you've been saying goodbyes due to background music plus being too focused, but yesterday you genuinely passed out. Dude, that happened to me too. So yesterday, my stream, I think at the very end, between 5 and like 7, I was on the bed just like taking a nap, and then I had to go sell something, so I took the product out to go sell it, and then it's a motherboard I'm talking about. So I took the motherboard out to sell it, and then I came back and I literally just laid in bed and accomplished nothing. And then that's when I was like, okay, I think I'm just gonna end the stream and just like enjoy my day because I was not feeling it. And then today, yeah, today it's gonna be like 5 hours. Unless for some reason I feel like pushing further. But obviously this page has a lot of problems, so I should probably fix it, and then I can move on to um the checkout. Or I don't think I'm even done with this. Damn. I'm making this harder on myself for no reason. Uh, so this is uh, into opacity 100 with massive blur. Does that work? Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. No, that's pretty legit. That's like a solid, 50% opacity. Wow, that looks like you're blind. That literally looks like you're fucking blind. Go back to cart. Go to dark. I mean, it's kind of cool. I'm killing you with these hours. I'm killing myself too. I honestly hope I don't burn out. I think what was it? Um, Brady was saying that I'm definitely gonna burn out, and I think I think so, but at the same time, I'm gonna push myself to the point of no return, and then we'll see what happens. Because I'm accomplishing a lot with these streams. I'm not just like twiddling my thumbs and stuff. So almost full time to keep up with rent, just to come back home to all this, dude. That is tiring for sure. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, dude, you're killing it for sure. Because when I worked a full-time job, it was definitely a little bit too tiring to like continue work after work. But um, now I kind of wish I still had that full-time job. But you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Start playing some music. Where's my? Why does it say I'm offline? There we go. Mm. Hey, how's it going? Govind Verma. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. How you doing? What project am I working on? So this is basically just like an e-commerce website. So this is the hero, and then obviously I have the about page with the products listed as well as a cart page. Um, I'm working on fixing the theming a little bit because currently the light theme looks good, but dark theme has some teal colors that I'm not super fond of, like this kind of teal. I'm building kind of like the skeleton for the checkout, the orders, and I do need to wire everything because everything is like the skeleton's created, but I need to basically implement the functionality for this. But what I do have done is the authentication page. So like obviously right now if you click it, it'll say incorrect login, same with register. And I did test register works, but I just don't want to do it again. So you can input like something like that, sign in, it will still say it's failed, but if you type in the right password, and you can also use the guest login right now. So if you guest login, it will log you in. The logic is a bit more complex, or just a bit more complicated than most, just because I am using quite a few tools to accomplish this. So right now, I am using Zod to handle the state management for the forms, and then from Zod, I pass the states that it captures, as well as the types that it captures from the schema, into a request that is then sent to my Redux async thunk call. So here you see r.dispatch, it calls post login, which is defined here under api.slice post login. So from there, once it gets post login, it will then capture the form values. And post login is also then defined under the where is it? So here's post login. This is the actual fetch function, which then also triggers the post data login. So from post data login, it actually goes through my store client. And this is essentially how the client will then interact with the API. So from here, the client defines two functions. One is a get request and one is a post request. So from here, as long as the server responds, we know for a fact that the server, at least trying to post the data upstream, has no issues because it will always return either an error data or a data response, right? A response with data. So from here, I have a custom try catch wrapper, which if we check out here, there is only two return types. Either it will be a success or a failure. And since we already know for a fact that the server responded with a response, that the error itself will only either be a payload with an error or a payload with data. So if it contains a payload with data, we're going to return with a generic type. And of course, if it's a error with a payload or payload with an error, we return a failure with a generic type. So instead of having to nest multiple try catches, we just have one function that handles all of that for us. So you see here, I'm going to call try catch post data login with the payload, and then I'll get some type of return, right? From there, if the return is in fact a payload with error, we'll just reject that through async thunk. Otherwise, we return the response. And of course, if the response is valid, then we go back to login tab. So we check here, did the response come with the payload error? Well, if it did not, then we can go ahead and set the cookies, render the toast, store the username, and then we'll navigate the user, which is essentially how this works, right? But of course, if for some reason it did return an error payload, we're just going to render the toast and move on. So this is probably one of the cooler things on this website. It handles it very similarly to the register tab as well. It's basically the same format. From here we're calling the Redux store, and we're saying, hey, I'm calling this action post register, which is captured here. Oh no, it's not captured here. It's calling post register, and then we call what is it? Post data register up here. And then through the store client, we call store client.post, and it does the same thing basically. Um, get products is actually completely different. This get products is actually called here in main. So the get products here is pretty cool because basically what it does here is the moment the page loads, like the moment you get logged onto the page, it will dispatch right away. It's like a prefetch before the users do anything. So it'll prefetch all the data. So when you get to products, it doesn't need to take a long time loading. I know it's a little jank because when it loads all the products, there is a moment in time where the products have to render. I think I'm gonna have to memoize this because it seems like when I go from page to page to page, and then I go back to products, or if I go from out of the page and I go back into products. Anyways, it's a little weird. I don't know why. Sometimes it kind of freaks out. But yeah, I'll probably need to cache this data and memorize it. But yeah, I will call fetch products. From here, we call another async thunk, and same thing. I wrap in a try catch. If there's an error here, we'll say that it failed upstream. But then, of course, if there's a response, then you know I'll do all that good stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I think uh, that sums up most of the logic, at least the authentication logic. Um, yeah, I think now I'm just working on theming as well as like logic for this. Filtering logic is next, and I think that's it. So yeah, like these buttons work. It's pretty cool. I need to fix this. Stuff here is a little weird. And the text here is also a little weird, but I'm just building the skeleton today, so it's not too crazy. I'm using cursor right now to get the themes because I really don't want to spend time picking out each color. Um, just takes a little bit of time to do that, so hoping cursor can get it done a little bit quicker. Cursor doesn't know what to do. I have to use cell or something. By the way, if you're interested in the project, I'm not saying everything is correct. There's definitely errors, but GitHub will be listed below, so you can check it out down there. It is using NX monorepo. It might be a little bit confusing to look at first, but the breakdown's pretty simple. Um, Basically, the whole point of an NX monorepo is if there are multiple developers working on the project, you can basically only redeploy the files that you need, so deployment time gets reduced. And it also kind of solves the problem where like you have multiple repos and it's hard to kind of like go through and find the repos you want. But basically the way it works is all the configuration files are out here and it applies to all the applications that are stored in here. Libraries are basically the I guess like files or components that the applications will fetch from, or it'll consume, right? It'll consume the libraries. And here are the pages with the Redux store, as well as shared components like common components or assets and or common types and assets. And then the UI will contain like UI components like base, combined components, which also have a common folder. And then of course libraries that include UI related hooks, and every single index.ts file is an entry point, so that when it is consumed by another like file, for example like pages, right, then that's basically how you reference it, so that you don't have to go and type like each individual I guess like file path, right? So you just type sasmrts/ui and then it'll pull from essentially base and composite instead of having to go through and reference each one. So feel free to take a look. Hope it helps. How's it going? How's it going, Krishna? How you doing? Hello, hello. Is Mern worth learning? I mean, it depends on the companies and if they're still using it, but for sure React and Node, yeah. New job. Yeah, I know it should be exciting. Hopefully, the new job is equally as chill, you know? Maybe it doesn't lay me off, that would be nice. Or I guess hopefully it doesn't force us to relocate. Yo, what's going on, man? How you doing? There we go. What is recommending you this coding live stream when you don't even know how to code? That's funny, dude. I don't know, man. You gotta ask the algorithm gods what's going on. That's funny. If I'm tired, please have some water. Dude, I know. I'm pretty tired, but it's okay. Have I ever visited India for travel? I have not. My friend has told me that it's there are some places in India that's actually pretty nice to visit. She said like a lot of the higher end areas, I guess. I don't know. But how is it? Is it cool? That's cool. Hell yeah. If I were to visit India, where would where were like some top destinations that I should go to? Like number one places to visit. Taj Mahal. Oh yeah, that's like super famous. I feel like I've heard of Taj Mahal already. That'd be dope. Let's see. Look up some Taj Mahal. Oh yeah, super iconic. I've seen this picture. That's some crazy architecture that no one can deny. That's for sure. Yeah, it's pretty badass. For sure. Noted in my bucket list. 100%. I do like eating chicken biryani. We used to go out for Indian food every once in a while, and I would always order chicken biryani. Whoa, what is going on? Oh, at BG. Oh, I don't like this. Another table row. Oh, BG inherit. My bad. There we go. I'll be right back. You have a offer, a vacancy. Oh shit, that's dope. So does that mean you're starting soon or something? What's the offer? Yo, what's going on, Ram? How you doing? Sir, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum to you as well. What do you need help with? If you need an adventurous place, gotta visit Ladakh, famous for bike rides. Damn, bro. I haven't ridden a bike in so long. It's been a hot minute. I'll be honest. I'm probably really bad at riding a bike now. I'm gonna have to get back on it for sure. Ew. Yeah, what's going on? Aliani, what do you need help with? Uh, Yo, what's going on, man? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Will I stream till you get a new job as well? You know, man, once I get a job, I think I'll probably still stream, just not nearly as often because I will have to spend some time picking up the new code base, tech stack and stuff. But I will be streaming me learning new things. I think a good example is I did purchase a Udemy course. They changed their icon. Interesting. Okay, so I did purchase a new Udemy course on Node.js because, to be frank, my Node.js, I'm out here. Yeah, I know, I am grinding. But my Node.js is pretty mid. Obviously, I do use. Wait, that's so I know Node.js, adding REST routes with TypeScript. Okay, so I know Node.js. I didn't even realize I knew Node.js like to a certain degree, but this one covers a lot of the backend too. So it's not just I might learn something from this. I've never used GraphQL before. I've never created my own APIs. Obviously, I've never built my own APIs. The only things I do on the front end is like front end related validation, authentication, as well as front end like requests, right? That's it, API requests. I do know how to parse JSON data and do stuff with it, but I don't know this much. So, that being the case, once I start leak code grinding, even if I get a new job, I will be learning new things still, just so I can stay up to date and not get like what's it called? I don't want to become obsolete, so I need to continuously learn things. I think this will be a good way for me to pick up new skills and I don't know if I can stream the audio on this, much less I'm gonna have to figure out a way to stream this without getting in trouble because this is not my content and this is paid. Oh, you have an Amazon interview tomorrow, dude. Good luck, man. Good luck. I know you're gonna kill it, and if you don't, but you will, take what you learn and apply it to the next one, and make sure you don't make the same mistakes, right? Yeah. So definitely need to pick up some of that. I just want a quick progress component so I can move on with my life. Oh, this is wow. Flowbyte. Hero UI. Progress bar. It's pretty cool. What is Hero UI? Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I guess I could just create a stepper, but do I really want it to be that complex? I'm not sure. That sounds good, man. Yeah, keep me posted, dude. There's maybe another divs. Yeah. Full support from India. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Tables. Pretty cool. All right. Channel's already at 50 plus. That's cool, man. You know, I mean, I'm just hanging out and hopefully I will get a job and rock on and keep making cool stuff, I guess. Yeah, I appreciate everyone for the support. That's actually pretty awesome. It's good to know people understand that it's a struggle right now. Fuck, dude. This will be just how much experience do I have? I would say about like between 2 to 3 years, so like 2.5. Like 2.5 years professionally. Yeah. Or like more than that. I mean, I started uh so it's 25 now, but I started in 22. I officially signed on um actually 3 years. Yeah, it's been 3 years. We all struggling right now. Yeah, true, true. Very excited. You might start getting paid for your valuable graphics work. But yeah, I would say experience wise, roughly you know, between about 3 years, yeah. But my severance only includes 2 years of work, so unfortunate. Yeah, you guys should totally swap like info and connect. This is perfect. You guys are like networking and stuff. That's like hella amazing, you know what I mean? All right, what am I doing? So this is I guess like uh it's a flex column, and I should probably put that here. And then I do like, I don't know, bro. Div now. Oh, this is technically a form. Flex column. So maybe flex and items. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. This column, just visit items. Hello. I do want everything here should be is it not working? Let's see. Yeah, maybe this will work. There you go. And then in here I have a bunch of like rows and stuff. By the way, what am I making? Oh, you just started web dev? Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, Milk is an OG. She's been here from the start. It's pretty wild. Um, that's true. Almost a year and a half now. That's crazy. Time flies. But yeah, so the app I'm making is essentially just it's an e-commerce website. So it basically handles page transitions for a smoother UX. And also this is a skeleton right now, so obviously none of the logic is wired, but everything is there. There is also a theme toggle for people who prefer brighter colors, which I would admit the light theme is definitely hitting better than the dark theme, but it's work in progress. Obviously, you can log out. It'll bring you back to the sign in page where if you type in an invalid input, you will be prompted with a toast. Same goes with the register. And register does work. I just don't want to have to input another one again. But of course, there is a guest sign-in passage that people can go to, assuming that they, don't want to have to register because it is in fact just a portfolio application anyway. I do have quite a few things in here that makes it a bit different because this isn't your typical repository. This is a NX monorepo, and the goal of NX is essentially just to allow multiple developers to work on the same product for a particular company without I guess, um, the hindrance of all like a polyrepo setup, right? You have everything that you need in this one repository. So for example, here you have libraries and here you have applications. Let's say maybe a team is working on this chatbot application while another team is working on this store application, right? The one that will consume the chatbot inevitably. But here's a library where you can access all the pages and maybe say like the chatbot needs to be able to pull something from one of these routes or one of these specific pages. They can do that. Likewise, the store team can also pull from the basically the pages library as well. Not only that, there are let's see here, a Redux store that I've generated. So I'm not gonna do vibe coding. That's just not me. I've already used code a couple times and they have actually messed up my code. So it's not something that I rely on. But I think it's a good tool to help debug. But I wouldn't vibe code. I think vibe code leads to a lot of bugs. It leads to really messy code. Um, it oftentimes will just ruin the flow and the code quality that I have generated already. So I'm actually not against. I'm kind of against it. So here in my Redux store, and plus my app is already too complex for vibe coding. Like you're not gonna be able to vibe code this. It's just not gonna work because this isn't just a typical e-commerce website. I have more advanced logic for fetching data, posting data. I'm utilizing obviously Redux, but I'm using Redux Thunk with its middleware as well as a custom client-based API put and post, or is it post and get requests, which is actually generated through here. So in here I have a custom create client that will render basically the basis, or not render, it'll produce basically a way for developers to access and use a fetch or a post request with just the base URL, right? And here is the post data for the Redux, which is then actually registered through here. Like if a user from the login calls post login, it'll be ran through this specific story API, which will then be generated here. Or sorry, it will be generated through my store client, and then from here it will be called through my post data login. It can connect your request with your API. Nah, dude. I have literally tried vibe coding, and it is not. It is just, look, if you're gonna apply for a job, you really think you're gonna be able to get the job with vibe coding? Dude, you're shooting yourself in the foot. And everyone is doing this vibe coding bullshit, and it's like, look, what's gonna happen in the future is vibe coding is gonna generate a ton of bugs that because every single time I ask the AI to write me some code, maybe it's not bugs, but the code is a mess. It's not like it's not structured well, it's not partitioned well. Like you're really gonna trust AI to just blindly code for you and you're gonna be hands off and you're not gonna know anything about what it's doing. Dude, is that really how you want to be a developer? 10 years down the road, if you're just vibe coding, like, and eventually someone wants someone who actually has in-depth knowledge to handle systems, know both the front end and the back end, and be able to create all this like complex systems that AI cannot do. I can guarantee you AI cannot do, okay? Or if you're working with sensitive data, and they will not let you use AI because this data is extremely sensitive and can possibly bankrupt the company if it goes out because it's trademarked and it's got some kind of like it's like what if it's like an intellectual property, dude? You cannot rely on AI. All right? And in that case, you're either going to get fucking fired or they're just gonna replace you because you can't do the job. Well, it's the same thing, right? You're gonna get fired. So no, dude, don't vibe code. If you should use AI to help you learn. Okay, right, exactly. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can use it for personal projects, but you still want to learn when you're building personal projects. Like, why are you gonna vibe code your personal projects? Your personal project is supposed to, at least if you're using it to showcase your skill, you're not supposed to use vibe coding, at least in the sense of like, okay, here I'll show you what I'm doing. Okay, I 100% use vibe coding to generate mock layouts. So I have used VO in order to generate a mock layout that I will be using to code this specific design. Okay, because as a programmer, no one in the interview is going to ask me if I can design a web page. They're either going to have us use similar tools to generate a web page, we have a meeting during stand up or something to approve of this design, and then we go and code it. Or we're going to have our own designers who will design the page with a mobile layout, with multiple themes, with different states, and then we will go and code it. So wasting your time trying to design a website right now is not a good use of your time. But I would say that what is it? I will say that vibe coding your actual like program is a really big waste of time because during interviews you can't vibe code your way out of an interview. So you shouldn't be using AI to code for you while you're using a personal project. What you should be doing is you're saying, okay, let me do as much of this by myself as possible. And then when I get stuck and I cannot find a solution for past like 30 minutes or an hour, then I'll ask the AI, which by the way, I do have another AI to do that. So I use Cursor, and what Cursor does for me is it utilizes context in all of these files so that if I get stuck, I can ask a solution from Cursor and see before they even apply it if I agree with their solution, and I look through how they came up with that solution. So you don't just blindly copy and paste the code. That's gonna fucking you're shooting yourself in the foot if you do that. What you need to do is you need to look at it and say, okay, hey, this is where it thinks the problem came from, which I don't have any other previous you know instances where I guess the history they deleted it, but you look at it and you say, oh, this is how it came up with the solution. This is the steps that it went through to find the solution, and you need to remember that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, but you're not supposed to like just blindly follow it, you know? Like you need to learn from it. And if you just vibe code your way through everything, you're never gonna learn. So you need to attempt the bug and like thoroughly attempt the bug until you get stuck and then look up the solution. That's why I have my VS Code open and then Cursor is open only on the side. Like I don't use Cursor as my main like development platform. Like it's not my main IDE, right? Like it's literally open on the side. I have VS Code. I don't even have tab 9 or whatever, right? I don't use tab 9, so like if I type in console dot like it never auto finishes for me. It doesn't auto complete anyway because I want to know everything about what I'm doing without the help of like some guy in behind saying you should just do this. Nah, dude. It's fucking annoying too. Like if you're coding and you're like, oh, console.log, and then it fucking generates like all like 20 lines of console logs because it thinks that's what you want to do. Is that not annoying? Like I sometimes that's not what I want to do. Why do I want it to tell me to do that? You think using AI as a mentor or teacher is good, but not as a junior dev? Yeah, it's kind of like I have mixed opinions about that, and the reason I say that is because most junior devs might not have the right mentality. Like, if you use AI as a mentor, the question is how often are you using it as a mentor? And like, are you actually learning from what it's teaching you? Because that's the biggest problem, right? I think a good test would be, for me anyway, is um, essentially to see if I can rebuild this entire application by myself again, without using any like AI to help me debug stuff. Because question is, am I gonna remember all this? I don't know. Like some of this stuff, I'll probably remember. Like obviously, I have to look up documentation and stuff, right? A lot of this stuff I came up through documentation. Like this middleware is strictly documentation. Like I don't think I'm gonna remember everything, but yeah, a lot of it comes down to just will you actually pick up and learn what you're being um what you're being told from your mentor. Yeah. Won't you end up learning a ton of bad habits or learn the method incorrectly? True, true. That is actually very true. Because the way, I guess a good way to think about it is in the grand scheme of how LLMs work with the data that they're presented. In the world of programming, the data that they have access to, a majority of it is fucking trash, okay? If you were to look at it as like a distribution, right? The most of the code that the LLM is trained off of is and the majority of the code is people who make a lot of mistakes. A majority of them are juniors and stuff like that, right? And then so if an LLM is being trained based off of trash code on the internet, the solutions it produces are also going to be relatively shitty as well. Um, Once in a while, in a very, I guess, specific instance, it might have really good code to rely off of, and then the output it creates is also going to be decently well, if not pretty damn well. But majority of the time, especially with like I don't even know. I guess if you're building like a to-do list and maybe the to-do is that even a good example? Someone give me a good example to basically reference from, but my understanding is AI uses shit code to produce shit outputs most of the time. There are some cases though where like Cursor will come up with a decent solution, but I've had Cursor break my code like 2 or 3 times already. So take that for what you will. Simple applications, they can do it. Won't be done well because a lot of the structuring, the formatting folder structure, file naming conventions, stuff like that comes from like more experienced programmers than AI. And AI tends to fuck that shit up pretty often. You know, like here's a good example. So I asked this AI to generate, wow, seriously? This is crazy. Okay. So I asked this AI to generate a what's it called? To generate a mock website based off of my prompts. And it's odd that they titled this as page.tsx. I don't know if this is even a normal convention because typically when you want to reference the direct file under a folder and you want that file to represent the folder, it should be index.tsx, at least from convention. But what makes this hard too is if you're trying to control or command P and you're looking for the file, for example, if I'm looking for cart, it won't show up because it's not a cart.tsx file, which makes it that much harder for me to go around, especially in a really, really massive code base like this. So this is already bad. On top of that though, this is not, yeah, I mean, this is bad in general. Like, why is this called page? Yeah, so this is already bad, dude. Like, see what I'm talking about? Like, if you are gonna rely on AI to do this for you, I would shit on you so hard at work because this is not, and by the way, this code here is trash. Like, look at how uncompartmentalized this entire code is. I mean, there are some things done right, like main and footer, which I don't use. I throw everything in divs. Really bad habit. I need to start doing this more often. But yeah, like this is trash. Like why is all of this not being thrown into its own constant file? And if anything, right, this should be fetched from an API where you can display the available routes for the user. So even if they were going to create like mock data, this should be done in a more like well-structured manner. Maybe place this in like a constant folder somewhere so that you can reference it as mock data. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Code? Yeah, you can add me on my LinkedIn. I'll go ahead and I'll I'll put this out here. Yeah. What's my opinion on having a dedicated LLM for your own team that is trained with your company data? Uh, I mean, every company is doing that now, and I think having an LLM for your own company data is it's all right. I mean, there are times where even the company's AI will have some trouble coming up with a solution because not every product is the same, and sometimes the bugs that come out from a product won't be exactly identical or one for one for between another product. So but yeah, I mean, I hope I explained to you why I think AI is not anywhere close to, you know, basically taking over our jobs. Like, this is definitely a junior level programming response. Like, this is not it, you know. Maybe you could say like make sure to structure everything well in its own folder. Don't use index.ts to ref or don't use page.tsx to reference. Make sure to reference each file. Dude, what? You're typing up a fucking essay for them to write code for you, dude. Like it takes me 2 seconds to create a couple folders, create a couple components, label them correctly, export them correctly. Yeah, like I don't know, man. It's a crutch for sure. It's a crutch for sure.
Did someone say stupid? Oh, no one called, hey, no one's calling her stupid. I think there's a bit of miscommunication, but I think if anything, yeah, her is good. Once you end up learning a ton of bad habits or methods incorrectly. Yeah, I mean, I still think that Milk is right, even though she might not be a programmer. It's kind of like the same concept, though. It's like, you know, it's not trained exactly on the best data in the world, so. But yeah, I don't think anyone's stupid. We're just asking questions here, so. Where's my base? Pages. Sorry, UI. Yeah, I see everyone's getting along super well. That's amazing. Love it. Shit, that's not what I was was looking for. Radio group. Please sort A to Z slash base. Dude, oh my god. Slash base. Please sort this. Cool, nice. So now I can import radio group. There we go. This is so many nested divs. Jesus. There you go. Doc data, where is it? using MongoDB database on port 3000. And you have a JSON database which is on 3001. How do you connect them? As you created the JSON for a temporary one. Dude, I honestly don't have as much backend experience, so I'm not super familiar. I'm pretty much like front end focused right now. But so I'm definitely not the right person to ask as far as how to combine the two ports. You have two databases. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Don't you just have if you have two databases, how do you link them? I'm not sure. Uh so you want to merge two databases and connect, you want to connect them into one combined database. If you have two separate tables in two different databases, don't you just aren't you able to just fetch the data you need from one database and the data you need from another database and then combine them and then return that to the front end? I'm not 100% sure. What should you learn to get a good internship as a second year student? I mean, what are you interested in? 'Cause it really depends on that, right? You have to parse the JSON. Are you trying to handle it in the front end right now, or what's going on? You created a JSON for temporary one. I connect them as I created them. How do you connect them? If you have two separate JSON and you need to handle that in the front end, then you need to come up with a way to parse the data. Like so you'll have two separate fetches. You'll fetch one from one database and then you'll fetch another from another database. Store those two objects. Oh, just the front end. So what I would do is you'll fetch the first database, get that data, you'll filter out the data you need, assuming the response is good, and you'll store that. And then you'll fetch the second. So this is a fully asynchronous process. And then you'll fetch the second one. Once that's done fetching, as long as there's no error, you'll parse that, filter out for only the properties that you need, and then combine it, store it in a state, and then use it. That's probably what I would do, at least initially. Probably there's a better way to optimize it or something. We got a bug. Then you have to manually delete the duplicates. Yeah, if you have duplicate data. So you fetch the response, you get the response. Yeah, that's a backend problem. That's a backend problem. So, well, like, okay, here, I'll show you what I do in the front end. So here, handle response, dispatch, post login's here, right? Okay, post login, try catch, post data login here, right? This is just to make sure server is alive and it responds something. Then you get over here. You get a data which we will rename that as response. So this response then gets sent to, where is it? Uh, Login, post login. Where is post login called again? Handle that in my user slice. So let me look up user slice. Okay, so I handle it here. You don't really need to get rid of duplicate data, right? On the front end, what you do is you say, hey, so this is just testing to make sure, oh, like, the state is pending. Once it's fulfilled, as long as it's not an error, right? Because here I'm checking for action.payload.error. If it's action.payload.error, then you do nothing. But let's say that it is in fact a valid data set, like a valid JSON, then all you need to do is return the data you want and store it in a state. So you don't really need to delete duplicate data. You just need to pick and choose which data you want. The backend will send you everything, but you don't need to do something with everything. Does that make sense? So in this case, like the only thing I'm storing is the username and whether or not the user was confirmed to have been a valid user. Um, Even though I store JWT as empty, which is the only reason I stored JWT in my initial state, which is the Java Web Token, is because it is part of the user authentication state, which is what happens when the backend sends you the JSON, which is essentially the way it looks, right? Actually, I could probably delete this. I really don't think I need this. And you never want to store the web token as a local state variable anyway inside Redux or the local storage for that matter. So backend will send you a bunch of data you don't need. You really only need to pick and choose what you want. So you don't need complex logic to filter out duplicates. You just need to use Redux and then specify the specific properties from that JSON object. That's it. Um, Front end mostly. So if you're doing front end mostly, pretty simple HTML, CSS, JavaScript as your baseline. Once you get past that, I would say React for sure. React is 100% the most used like library right now. It's not really a framework anymore. Um, but aside from that, Angular is also really popular as well. And I would say really popular state management libraries like Redux is also almost like a requirement now. Yeah, React Basics is pretty, and you know some React basics. So to get a good internship, I guess they base it off of projects, right? So you need to have pretty good personal projects that you can use to advertise. I'll be honest, bro, I never did an internship. Never had an internship. Don't even know what internship life is like. So I'm not exactly too keen on understanding what they require, but I would assume it's very similar to a job application, which is that you need a very solid portfolio and show that not only are you a good student, but you are also proactive, right? Reach out to recruiters, see if they're willing to like get your name out there, right? Because you don't want to just be another application on a paper, which is do as I say, not as I do, because I don't do that right now. But yeah, that's probably what I would do. Um, Pranev, you're asking if you should ask ChatGPT or you shouldn't ask these questions to ChatGPT. Um, I think ChatGPT you're probably better off asking Reddit because there are real humans and recruiters checking for stuff like that. Um, you can also Google search to see what other people have said. So not only get ChatGPT's response, but you should definitely cross-reference it with results you find on Google. That's essentially what I would do. Uh, Can I visit your portfolio? Yeah, you can share your portfolio. We can check it out. But you really need that experience. If you want to build a project on your own, you don't need to have experience to build a project. Of course, having experience will make it easier, but let's be honest, right? If let's say you worked at a company and you never put in the time to learn anything, then your experience doesn't mean anything anyway. And if you go and try to build a personal project on your own with experience that means nothing, you're probably going to have just as much of a hard time building whatever project you want to on your own because you never put in the time at work. So don't use experience as a way to like cut yourself short of being able to produce a project that is like, you know, at least presentable in a sense. If you do that, then you're like I said, shooting yourself in the foot. And you're not gonna act on it. You're just gonna sit there and like analysis paralysis, right? Try building booking app. Yeah. You want an app that does everything that this app does. It fetches from API. It filters it filters the properties. It handles it handles the data and does something with them, and then it does basically everything, right? So you want an app that can do that. And it might be like a very tall ask, but you just want to be able to essentially showcase that you can do the work that they're expecting you to handle in a sense while you're at an internship. Although the bar is going to be pretty low while you're at an internship. I'm assuming it's like going to be to style this, style that, and maybe occasionally work on some logic stuff. Got you focused. That's good, man. I'm glad. Yeah, pretty much that it should be enough. Exactly. Create, read, update, and delete. That's all you need. Yeah, you can use my repo for reference. It's probably going to be really hard to understand because this is not something you'd see very often. But hey, yeah, I'm not able to see your guys's portfolio. I think YouTube automatically gets rid of URL links, so I apologize. See what am I doing here? Check out. Oh yeah, I'm still styling this mess. What am I doing here? Having this 24. I mean, I'd not do. Okay. Oh, that's right. I was gonna create. Hold on. Give me a sec here. Cost. Mm, yeah, if you guys want to, you can share GitHub profiles. You guys can also add me on LinkedIn. We can swap um, LinkedIn profiles and stuff like that. I think that would work. Mm, radio group item. I think it's this one. Trigger this. Oh yeah, totally forgot. Yeah, that's yeah, so if you're gonna asking professors about internship recommendations is also a pretty good idea. They are a little bit behind on the modern tech like requirements, but they still have a pretty good idea of like what's expected because I'm sure they went through the same ringer. Yeah. What? Oh no, what did I do? Oh my goodness, what did I do? Did I just start hitting random keys? Fuck. Yo, what is going on? Alright, dude. Please. New tab. Cart. Open new tab. Open new tab. Okay, we're back to normal. Thank God. Dude, I moved my... All my tabs got really weird looking. I don't know, that was crazy. Oops. No, bro. Do I want to link it? Probably not. Probably not. Check out. Are you sure you want to order? Let me think about this. Click checkout. I want to render. to make it responsive to. On label. Why don't we just, dude? What if I what if I never get a job? Then that sucks. I'm gonna have to move back to California. Right now I'm in Texas, so um what VS Code theme am I using? This is Monkai Pro. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, I'm using Monkai Pro. It keeps saying that I didn't purchase a license, but this I think I need to reactivate it or something. Uh it's not free of charge. I paid for it. It's like what is it, $5, something like that? I don't remember. Bought it a long time ago, but probably my favorite theme. Everything is readable and everything has a purpose. I know some people use the free themes and that's fine too. Just whatever, floats your boat. Yeah. No place. Bro, the keyboard sound is good. Really? You like it? Here, I can show you. I can show you the keyboard. This is my first like end game keyboard. So this is the Jelly Epoch, and right now it's running Gateron Black Ink switches. Yeah, so it's pretty dope. I have another one. So this one I built recently on stream. This one is the which one is this one? I forgot what this is the Margot, I think. The Margot keyboard. Um, I didn't like it at first, but I would argue that this keyboard has a better it has the better stabilizer build. So yeah, it definitely is nice to type on now. It's a bit firmer than the Jelly Epoch, but I still like it. It's still really good. So what am I learning right now? Right now I am learning I'm just building an e-commerce website. Um, I'm building the skeleton right now because come Monday to Friday, I am going to be grinding out all the wiring of the components and stuff. So I'm just kind of like chilling, just building out some UI stuff. I can show you the website really quick. So the label is equal to, let me just finish this one. Okay. Cool. So basically what we're looking at right now. Oh, let me export this to let me export this really quick and we'll move on. This is shipping information. Shipping info. So now I go to here. Okay, well, I guess I can just show you without this one first. So pretty standard e-commerce website. When you load up, oh, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm still learning. Like, you never stop learning, right? So this is just the main website, the landing page or the hero. Basic transition just to get the user hooked, and then afterwards, if users are curious, they can go check out the about me. There's a product list where they can. I haven't wired anything yet, so once I wire it, they'll be able to add to cart and go through the filters as well as determine whether or not the items are considered free shipping. Um, I'm gonna add a feature where they can click into the item and it'll pop up in the center and it'll show more details about the item and whether or not it has like free shipping and stuff. But that's to be discussed. Of course, this is a checkout page, which I'm still working on, where once they hit checkout, another modal will pop up to confirm their payment, as well as redisplay the order total and everything. But the cool part that I'm really like that I really enjoy is that oh, there's also a dark mode and stuff. Yeah, so the dark mode is pretty neat. So they can check out their orders or whatever in dark mode. But if they log out, they can go back to login and register. And over here, if they do not input the right fields, the toast will show up. But of course, if they even import the wrong credentials, it will also show up. They can log in with a guest user and they're in, but also if they choose to register, the same thing will happen. Registration failed. So I'm not too concerned about the font right now. This is more so a project for me anyway. So the idea is not to get too focused on design, but to finish it as soon as I can, and then so that it's at least presentable. See if I can deploy it, and then I'm gonna start leak coding because companies love leak code. It doesn't matter how good of a developer you are. So yeah, but yeah, it's cool. I mean, I like it. Obviously, it could use a little bit of work, but you know, everything can be improved. Obviously. Apparently I broke something, so I need to go check out what happened. Originally, log out. So originally when I logged in, when I log out, oh, it's working now. I don't know why. I think it's the cookies expired or something, which I need to look into because it looks like here I am storing. Oh wow. Okay. Why is the cookies not showing? Oh, okay, there you go. So the cookies are here and it expires. It expires in an hour. It expires in a long time. That's weird. That was actually a bug that I thought I fixed it, but I guess it didn't fix. It's really odd. Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna finish this. Where am I? Shipping information. And here we have shipping information. Well, I guess we can make it a little bit less long. It's kind of too long. Shipping info. Export everything from shipping. Hello. Why? What happened? Brunch. A lot of people bring their moms. Oh shit. I'll call her right now. Oh, I started working. I totally forgot. Yeah. Yeah. I'll call her right now. Yo. What's up, bro? Alright, alright, alright. Alright, bye. Do I have more projects as well? How many years have I been coding? I've been coding professionally like 2.5 years. And do I have any more projects? I do. One's really simple. I can showcase it really quick before I call my mother and let her know Happy Mother's Day because it slipped my mind. I'm a bad son. No, fuck. Uh, oops, that's not what I wanted. So it is this one. Do I need to npm install again? Dude. Fuck, npm run dev. Oh no, I might need to. Damn, man, my pad's broke. I think it's because I updated something. Let me delete my let me delete my This is pmpm. It is pmpm. And I'll do pmpmi, I guess. Bro, what? Why did it break? Anyways, it was working and it's not working now. So pmpm run dev. Okay, well it broke. I don't know, man. It was working. I didn't even touch this file, but looks like my paths are broken. So, oh, because I didn't specify here. This is utils is in store slash. Oh no, it's out of source. So it's slash libs slash utils. Bro, why did it break? Import version form schema. Fuck it, dude. Hopefully that works. Oh my lord, I have another one. Where is all the utils at slash utils? Yeah, I specified it here, but for some reason it stopped working. So I'll just do relative imports. Oh my god, everything is broken. um, I don't know why everything's broken. Dude, I don't want to fucking fix this right now. That's so ridiculous. Can I open a new project? What is this? File, open folder, file data system. Paths are not working. Please fix. Yeah, I'll just have it fix it and then I'll show you. But let me call my mom first, and then I'll show you that later. Yeah, it's good. Sorry, I just talked to mi madre and mi padre. Told my mom happy Mother's Day, and yeah, just gonna finish up this checkout page, and then honestly, I kind of want to play some or I need to go do some some chores, and then I definitely want to play some games or watch a movie or something. So today's gonna be pretty short, but how's things going with your sketch? Yep, yep. Had to tell her what's up, you know. Slow progress is better than none. Trash six of them you like. Oh, you only like two so far from the rest of the night. Build in to see which one is more promising before calling it a night. Gotcha. Yeah, some progress is definitely better than no progress. That's kind of what I'm applying to this one right now. Yeah. Just gonna finish up this, and then yeah, it should be pretty much. Well, actually, this is pretty much done already. Let's see, orders. How does this look at dark? Yeah, that looks kind of crazy. It's not really good for accessibility, if I'm being honest. Holy fuck, it's definitely not accessible, but it looks sick. That's for sure. Mm, let's see. Maybe I can actually reduce the opacity of the sofa backdrop. Set to 50 right now. Maybe make it like 20 or 30, maybe. It's a little cooler. 30. Yeah, it's a little better like that. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just gonna finish up. Let's see, because I need to wire everything, right? So maybe once I finish the orders, I don't really need a orders tab if I'm being honest. I think checkout itself is good enough. Um, let's do opacity is 100. No blur. Oh shit. Hold on, let me figure this out. check, drop, blur, like 3XL. Oh, that's very blurry now. Maybe secondary. Oh wow. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers in the US. Oh, I think I need to tidy up a couple things. This little motherfucker over here. Card icon. I do need to check. And log out. It's all done. Redux. And then you go here. Guest login, and it's back. Nice. I do need to adjust this here. That. Oh, actually, it was better before. And then it doesn't feel centered. All right, I think that's good. What font is that in VS Code? It's Nerd font. And have I heard of Interview Coder? I don't believe I have. Oh, yeah, actually, I remember this guy. Um, Personally, I don't think I'll be using it, but yeah, because I want to be able to at least kill those interviews without the help of AI. There we go. Oh. You enjoy backseat driving. You gotta know your friends, and there's nothing they can do about it. God damn it, that's what Amy does to me, dude. I get so annoyed. You actually want to go drive now? It's been forever. What do you mean it's too late though? The guy who made it got a bunch of Fang interviews and offer letters as well. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. I probably won't be doing that though. Here we have just the index. So this will be name flex, and then I don't think I need to use a table. I just use table styles. So we'll do div. We'll call this table styles. And then this is just another flex row. This is just a div, all that. And then now we can get rid of this. And inside each table row, I guess do that. And in fact, we can probably even move that up here and get rid of this. Okay. Now we just have a div, which I say is flex. And this is another div that is also flex, except this will be flex column. Oh man, I'm messing things up already. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Oh, you're too tired to be trusted on the road. Oh shit. image. Why is none of these working? Dude. Order. No, it's not fucking doing it. Because that still table cell. Change it to a div. And this is also a div. Div, truck icon. Yeah, there's no more table body. Div. Still, there's a border. It's really weird. Oh, I have two table styles. That's fine. That makes sense. Shipping info is in checkout. Let's copy this. Checkout. Go to cart. Do that, and then margin bottom 8. Okay, it's getting there, sort of.
Width is full. I get rid of gutters. That ain't it, Chief. That also made it.
Oh my god. I am. What is even going on? Column here. Row here. Justify between. Gap 4. And then self-center. And price. There we go. So now it should be good. It's a lot better. Except make it look like that. Width is in fact supposed to be something else. Width is 2. Oh shit. Fuck. Alright, that's a weird shit going on. Yeah, self-center should do it. What the fuck? Oh. Hmm.
Yay. It's like sort of until it gets here. That's the point where it gets really fucky. So I need to fix that. If only it was as easy as this one. Sad. Looks better though, I think.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go do some chores. I need to um, do the dishes and clean up dog poop and take out the trash. So, pretty short day today. I actually don't feel like I accomplished that much, but I need to, what is it, wire this. Ugh, so much logic stuff to do soon, but at least the backend haters will see me coding real code. And also, I somehow broke. Oh, I did. I thought I broke something. I didn't. So yeah, I think the orders page is redundant. Oh no, it's not because it shows previous orders that the person made. Okay. Yeah, still have quite a bit to do. Um, so it's pretty much logic, 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 skeleton plus logic. Wow, that's like. Plus, I have bugs I need to fix. Yeah. Alrighty. Buy milk, buy the other people on stream, and I will see you guys tomorrow for a long day of coding and being productive and all that. So, peace. Have a good day. Have a good Sunday. I'll see you guys tomorrow.